G'day everybody, and welcome back to Venus and Stationeers and my Larry arms, just because I wanted to feel happy to start off. Today is a different day for me to be streaming because I'll be at PAX this weekend, and I knew I was going to be missing out on my weekly Stationeers stream, so I thought, since I had a bit of time, I would stream this. Also, Capac may or may not be streaming today, so I'm not sure, which means I didn't have that to do today, so I had more time on my hands, and I was like, yes, yes, I get to attempt to do the storm thing that I was planning on doing with this, which I'm hopeful I have my head around what I need to do to make it work right. I think. So, there are a couple of things with the storm side of Venus that I was trying to figure out how to make work. So, the simple bit is take storm air, put storm air in tank, use tank as a heat sink for my cooling setup. Because the storm air is 100 degrees Celsius cooler than the regular Venusian air. So that gives me a fair bit of extra cooling capacity than I normally have. But what do I do? Like, what logic should I use to get rid of that air when I've filled it with heat when the next storm comes? Because when the next storm comes, I want all that gas gone and the new gas coming in, but I don't want to waste the storm time dumping out the hot gas to bring in the cool gas. So, yeah. My thinking was, I have two tanks. One tank gets filled during a storm, and then during the next storm it gets emptied and the other tank gets filled, and we just kind of alternate them. But I'm not really sure how to make that work either. Yeah, Morbus, it could just be that. Dump the hot as soon as it is hotter than outside, which, again, should be... I guess if I have turbo pumps, maybe I can... Or if I just use the large vents to do it. Actually, that could be a good place to start. Maybe I do a couple of tests to see how quickly a tank fills and how quickly we can empty it with a big powered vent outside. Because that's really the key. It's... If that can be done fairly quickly, then it probably doesn't matter and we can just use a single collection system to have lots of capacity. Now, obviously, there is a potential snag with this plan, and that is called pollutant. So I want to quickly check something, which is this little curve here. So, Venusian storm is 360 degrees Celsius, I think. Which puts us firmly in the always gas territory of pollutant, which is good. So, because we're safely in that temperature range, like, we're not going to get down to temperatures where pollutant is liquid. The storms just don't do that, so I don't have to worry about the pollutant liquefying, no matter the pressure I go up to in the tank, which is great. That's very good news. Doesn't the weather station have a storm near warning? Yeah, that could be an option as well, is use the weather station rather than just pure temperature to manage this. But I thought I'd use temperature because temperature's a bit more straightforward. And basically, if the powered vent can empty a tank very quickly, then it should be able to empty it as the temperature is dropping. Because I don't think the temperature drops instantaneously, although it might. But dump down, like, drop it down as low as I can, like, see how quickly I can empty it, and if I can empty it in, 30 seconds or so, then that'll be fine. I can just empty it, pump back in. But yeah, that's the thinking I have so far on this. Also, hang on. Thanks, Gityub. Thank you for the Prime sub. Thank you, Kethmar. Thank you for just shy of 2 years of making the same mistake, apparently. And thank you, Phantom Builder. Thank you for the Prime sub as well. And Dragnon, you lunatic. Thank you so much for yet another 20 gift subs. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, overpressure safeties, just in case. Don't worry, that'll be part of the planned coding. Absolutely. Also, dad joke, I asked my German friend if he knew the square root of 81. He said no. There you go. Now... that's all those things done. Well, do you want the reply to the dad joke? Here's the reply to the dad joke. Which was, I asked my Scottish friend if he knew the square root of -1, and he said yes. Okay, so I need to make big vents. I've got 2 big tanks, but I need to make the big powered vents. Which means I possibly need to get some more steel. Nope, got some here. Oops, that is the wrong key. That is the abiotic key, not the Stationeers key. Hey, they're dad jokes. That's what they're meant to be like. You get what you pay for. Also, that's why the jokes are always my wife this or my wife that, because, well, dad joke. I don't think I'm gonna have to go outside my comfort zone with the cooling. Cooling? Coding. Coding. I think this is something I should be able to do, I think. Maybe? Probably? Possibly? I hope. Let's just make sure this is enough for the vents. Powered vent large. What do you want next? Oh, excuse me. Oh, apologies for the sneezing or sniffling or coughing that happens today. More nursery nurgle got to me. Toby got me with some more stuff. Yay. Just hope it's gone by the time I'm on an aircraft. That's not fun. For anyone. Okay, we need more cables. Probably need a transformer. And we're gonna need some pipe. Some insulated pipe, which I have not a lot of, so let's print some more off. What else do I want? Cables, yeah, cables. Do I have any more on the wall? No. Thanks, Reaper. Thank you for the Prime sub. You're on the second VOD for this series, trying to catch up on all that you missed. Yeah, this has been going for a while. This is my 30th stream on this save, which is wild. I've said this quite a few times. I've never played Stationeers this far through. So it's been an interesting learning curve for me, trying to understand all of the systems that I'd never really played with before. Because there are so many that you just don't really get to experience unless you play to the point of starting to optimize things. Like my cooling system in previous saves would never have run into any problems because I didn't get this far. I didn't get to the point where it could have run into problems. Yeah. And it's been really fun. I never experienced this part of it, but I'm genuinely enjoying it. Early game's always been my favorite, Crazy Canuck. It's just, that was what attracted me to Icarus in the first place, was that the thought of, could redoing early game be made properly fun? But it was a fun experiment for Icarus, but I think ultimately the player needs to decide when they want to redo the early game. Give them a reason, give them a choice about it. No, don't force them to do it, I think is the conclusion I came to with that. Is this gonna be enough? And yeah, Crazy Canuck, I'm looking forward to the terrain revamp and playing on a more relaxed Stationeers save so that we can do more stuff. I still want it to be a somewhat challenging setup, but not forcing me underground kind of challenging. I may well play Vulcan because the position of the black hole is kind of cool, and the visuals of that are quite cool. I've been enjoying that scenery with Shadow. I just don't like how dark it is. So it'll be interesting to see how hard it will be to mod their new planet systems when they bring it in. Because if it's easy enough to change like the texture of the surface, I might well do that in order to make it more of a charcoal grey than a lava grey. Let's empty my waste tank and then head outside. One thing I have enjoyed about Venus, though, is not having access to ice. Oh, it's storm time. Well, that's suboptimal. At least I know at least I've got confirmation of the temperature. Thanks, Mark. Thank you for the Prime sub. And thank you, Taz. Thank you so much for the 33 months of tier 3. All the threes. 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. I'll see you, Daz. At least streaming today, it means anyone who can't come today, you've still got the VOD for later in the week. Well, I can't really build outside during a storm, so I'm gonna have to go back inside. At least I can put this all in the locker. All the stuff I've brought out. That's not where the locker is. It is over here. Nah, I'm not going to console command start a storm. There's a lot of stuff I can test with this that's testable without the storm being present. And then I can start using a storm when the next one comes along. In fact, I think the storm just cleared. It did. It's now 463. Alright, back to go. Let's get this done. Oh, frames first. Thanks, Tincho! Thank you for the 29 months. Oof. Stay safe with the hurricanes. That's not fun. Now, where do I want to put these tanks? I put them out this side. I put them out this side. I put them out this side. Silly to potentially put them in the way of the landing zone. Out this way. Where's my welder? There it is. Ah! Throw it on the ground. What the heck? What just happened? Is that the air pressure that just did that to me? It might have been. Whoa! Okay. This is, I think. It's gone from mining being dangerous to building being dangerous. Oh dear. Are the storms still on a rigid 7-day schedule? They seem more random now. More random and varied length. That could just be appearances rather than actuality, but it did seem that way. Okay. Where is the other stuff over here? It's back over. All right. Pick up everything again. I just gotta hope I got enough cables. That's the bit I think I might be short on. Heavy cable. We got heavy cable. Probably want to run it from that one around. That's likely to be the shortest route. Yeah, I thought they had different lengths and different frequencies now. Yeah, Mark, the inventory system in Stationeers is one that I think turns a few people off. More than a few people. But once you get accustomed to it, you barely notice it. It's just, that's how things are. Now, do I put these on the side here? What I was thinking of doing was one here and one on the other side. Because they can pull from, Oh yeah, I did miss a spot. Thank you. Because they can pull from adjacent cubes. Just trying to think where it'll be better. Oh, hang on. Is my, like, thrust massive? No. Weird. Yeah, I was thinking one on each side of the platform. Go vent there. Then I put down a few more frames. Make this look neatish. I said vent there and I meant tank. But, you know, you could see what I was talking about. It's fine. Fine. I mean, the good thing about Venus is that the atmosphere is very dense, so there's going to be a lot of gas to pull in regardless. So what I'm actually thinking might be easiest and tidiest for cabling is just to do this. Then put the other tank here. Yeah, like that. So then the piping's nice and neat. And then cabling just goes to around to the sides. Yeah, that'll be alright. I can do this. Okay. Electronic parts. Icarus, I have thought a fair bit in recent times about how I might go back to it. But at the moment, I am very much preoccupied with making sure that I have wrong way out sorted and other potential games are kind of on the back burner until that's figured out and worked and organized. I'm not really putting much energy into other game concepts at this stage, because that's a big one that I need to make sure I get sorted, because that'll be over on the YouTube channel. And given how much fun the previous ones were, I want to make sure I do the same. I managed to achieve something at least similar. Okay, vents. Let's go get the pipes. Hey, 3D. Ah. Alrighty. So what I'm going to do is set this to inward, set this to on. Set this to inward and set it to on. Then we see how quickly this fills. All of the power, and then I can just use this to toggle it on and off. I might even consider using a proper timer. Maybe. Timer, clock. That's the app I want on my phone. Stopwatch. Let's go. Alright, 3, 2, 1. Let's see how much gets in there in a minute. So, my hope would be that we can get, I don't know, at least a few megapascals in during a storm into the big tanks. Because obviously a couple of megapascals in the big tanks is actually quite a lot of material. As you can see, there's already 5 kilomoles in here and we're 30 seconds in. Yes, there is a weather sensor that you can use. Though I have decided that I'll use a temperature sensor instead, because easier. Doesn't require me to learn what I need to do with the weather sensor, and with the temperature sensor I can potentially mess with it more easily and test it without the storm being present. So after a minute, we've got 1.37 megapascals. So I do wonder whether there would be a benefit to... Oh, I'm thinking about this all wrong. Oh. Oh, that's so silly. Of course. Of course. That's how I should do it. So, here we go. Here we go. So what I want to do, what I need to do, is as soon as the storm comes, I start filling one of the tanks. And that tank keeps filling. Wait, why are these tanks different pressures? What? What? The heck? How? What? What? That shouldn't be a thing. Anyway, when we get to 5 minutes, I'll turn off the power. But, so my idea is, I have one tank set up to be filled during a storm. Then, after the storm, I empty out the previous waste tank, and transfer the gas into it, having the other tank ready to go. So I don't empty out during the storm, I empty out after the storm, meaning that I maximize what I get during the storm. Figure that's how I should probably do it. Always just have a system ready to go that maximizes my intake during a storm. Figuring out the logic of where I need the pipes and stuff and all that sort of thing is going to be tricky. I'm just curious, with an average of 5 minutes per storm, how much gas do I get and how long would it take that gas to warm up? Am I going to need more vents so that I can really smash that air in? Oh yeah, Vox, that's right. I was thinking about using a counterflow heat exchanger as well. I was thinking of trying to get my head around how that might work. Whether that's something I could use here. But is a heat exchanger any more efficient than using a, than just transferring the actual gas itself? That's something I'm unsure about as well. Here we go. Almost there. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, off. So, I think this is slowly going into the other tank. Yes, it is. So yeah, my idea in general was have a setup where... No, I'll just deal with this. So my idea in general was have the cool tanks so I can dump heat into them. As soon as the tanks... Like, it's possible that between storms, the tanks will reach regular Venusian temperatures. And if that's the case, then I just empty them out and have my current system where I'm running off a passive vent. If they don't reach that temperature, then I still want to empty out after a storm, or empty out to exchange for fresh storm gas to improve my cooling. I'm probably not going to be spending all that much time outside, actually. Once it's built, it'll just be coating it, which I could put the chip inside, but it's okay. If I need to spend more time outside, I can just put these 3 in my suit and carry them with me. I don't really want to spend the time to set up a system that's hooked up outside. When I've done a very good job for a very long time of not going outside. Um. All right. What do I need to do? I need to get an IC housing and an IC10 chip. Um. Uh, need the chip. I need a gas sensor. No. We don't make sensors from these anymore. Well, we used to be able to. Maybe I'm misremembering. Alright. Might be misremembering. So sensor, need chip, and then I'm going to need a bunch of... I'm going to need at least one valve. One digital valve. Wrong machine. Yeah, digital valve. I was just thinking whether I wanted to use a turbo pump instead. Also, whether a turbo pump's better than the vents, I don't know. I am thinking that it might be worth having more vents, and I guess I can add to this system once I do it. Especially if I just use a hash to do all of the vents. So I do that always as a batch command, so that however many vents I end up adding to the system, I can just keep adding. Now, the annoying thing about the tanks being tanks reaching different pressures is that I'm going to have to sense all of the tanks because I don't know which one's going to get to the high pressure. So there's a risk if I get enough vents that I could actually overpressure the tanks. Yeah, Shadow Drake, I wasn't sure whether a passive vent would be faster to empty out than the active, the powered vents. I would have thought powered vents would be quicker. I genuinely would have thought that would be quicker because the powered vents move so much more. And the passive vents have their flow rate limiters now. So that's why I was leaning towards just flipping the vents and telling them to push it out. But I guess that's the next thing I should probably test is it quicker? It'll probably be... There's the potential to be quicker for the start of the process, but then after that, it'll be slower. Oh, right. You could be right. Shadow Drake, you could be right. I might want to put inline tanks in. That could be the problem. Let's test it. If I put inline tanks on the pipe volume, will they be able to fill the tanks more properly? The big tanks more evenly. Now let's just make the rest of this since I'm going to have an extra stack anyway. That could work. Yeah, cowls are quite restricted. Yeah, especially when pumping out, I think I'm going to need to have the pipe volume as big as I can get it. I think that'll help a lot. One moment. Just need to blow my nose. Master Maniac, I would have thought originally that broken pipe was really good, but I've been told it isn't. I haven't tested it for myself, but I've been told that a broken pipe is actually quite a slow vent now. But I don't know for sure. Just have to go off what people tell me. Got more steel? Silver. Any more steel from last week? No. Wait, there might be actually.
Hydration critical.
There is. No, I don't think it's time to fix the airlock. I need to keep my greenhouse alive first before I can. So all the stuff I'm working on right now is in service of getting the greenhouse safe and sorted while improving my cooling, so then the greenhouse can keep operating and keep creating oxygen, so then I can pressurize this space, and when I'm looking to pressurize this space, that's when I want to get the front entry made better. Because I'd like to have it pressurized and be more meaningful one at that point, because I kind of feel like the two kind of nest nicely together. Come on. Want 12 of these. There we go. Let's go. Yeah. I'll deal with my thirst in a... Oh. No, I'll deal with it now. No, Andy, that doesn't strictly work. You can't test if the powered vents are quicker than passive vents by pumping against a passive vent, because it will be pressure dependent. A passive vent's flow rate is dependent on the pressure differential across each side of it, between each side of it, whereas the powered vents don't have that being as much of a determining factor. It is a determining factor, but it isn't a factor that plays in as soon. So there'll probably be some sort of, like, there's potentially a point of equilibrium you would reach, rather than one just being outright better. Unless the powered vents are just that much better that you never actually reach that equilibrium point before the pipes explode. Why don't I build a suit dock? Because I got other things to do. Same reason I don't build lots of stuff. There's tons of stuff I could build. There's tons of stuff I don't, just because I got other things I want to do. It is not a priority of mine. Left. I took the pipe back inside and I actually need it. Forgot that I did that. Annoying. Annoying. Let's leave some out there. Yeah, pretty much the answer to why haven't I built X is because I've built Y. Like, it's not as though I've spent a lot of time in this playthrough just being like, la 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 la. I'm not really thinking about anything. I'm just gonna do whatever. It's just that other things have taken priority. Okay, let's check this out now. So, are these even? We have 3.71. We have 3.71. Let's turn on the vents. See if they fill evenly. 3.77. 3.72. No. That is not enough to make them fill evenly. They are still horribly uneven. Well, that's annoying. I mean, it does consistently make this one more full. The other thing is, do I actually need two big tanks? Because at the moment, it doesn't look like I'll be able to even remotely fill one big tank, so I could probably just get rid of the other one. And just have a single big tank. Which would give me the ability to put another vent where that tank is. Well, are they closer in pressure, Shadow Drake? We're still fairly early on in the process. Like, it was after 5 minutes we had a couple of megapascals difference. They do seem like they might be a bit closer. 4.8 to 4.62, like it's a 0.2 difference after just shy of a megapascal going in. Yeah, I do wonder whether I should just get rid of one of the tanks. I think that these are probably still beneficial because of the faster equalization of pressure and more, because should give me a quicker transfer between the pipe network and the tank. But I think I'll get rid of this tank. And then start figuring out the rest of it. Whoa! Okay, the gas didn't get deleted. Didn't think about that. Okay, cool. That was fun. That was the thing. So it took me 5 minutes to fill the two tanks together. I kind of want to empty them out now and see how quick, like, see if I can empty them out as quickly as I fill them. Kind of want to see if I can just do a really basic, like a really simple setup here. Because any cool gas I get should be a benefit compared to the current system. I'm gonna need like pressure release valves in case I put so much heat into the tank that it ends up making the pressure go up so much that it could explode. Things like that. So I'll need to think through a bunch of safeties. But what I'm thinking is, just begin this with a really basic setup of once the air outside is cold, empty the tank. As soon as the tank reaches a low enough pressure, which it's probably going to be like atmospheric pressure, so about 238 kilopascals. I don't think I'll bother going below that. Then start filling the tank. And as soon as the temperature gets high, turn off the vents. Like the external temperature. Rather than trying any shuffling around or anything, because at least then I'll get some benefits. And I can increase those benefits by increasing the number of tanks and increasing the number of vents so I've got a bigger pool to dump the heat into over time. Alright, so let's just empty this out and see, and then we'll try this again. So set outward. Set outward. Turn on. Huh? What? Is my game busted? The other vent's just off. Flow rate is outwards very limited. Oh, the external safety is set to 101 kPa. It's not pushing out. Well, that's annoying. Hey. All right. Let's go write this inside and then bring it out. Definitely gonna do it inside because I gotta remember how to do hash stuff. And empty out my waste tank. Where did I leave my laptop? I think I left one down here. Maybe? Yes, over here. Okay, so I need to have a quick way of just setting the pressure limits on the vents, but using hashes so that I can at least have that bit set up and ready to go and functional. None of my big tanks are even remotely close to overpressure valves being necessary yet. I didn't actually build the IC chip, did I? Oh, whatever. I don't actually need it for this. Clear. So. How do I do the hash stuff? Oh, I can't remember. It's been so long. So I want to create an alias for a hash. I cannot for the life of me remember how to do that. Have I got any code around here that's using it? No. Oh man. Is it define? Yeah, I think I do alias vents. Oops. Vents. Hash. Oh, do I just... No, I can just use the device hash, can't I? Just that. Or is it define? Is it yeah, yeah. Define vents. That? Or do I actually need to write hash in there? Creates a label that will be replaced throughout the program with the provided value. Hash vents now. Logic type. I want pressure external. And I will set that to... Well, I guess I can just set that to like 10,000, can't I? Is that going to cause damage to things? Let's find out. I'm in here now. Let's eat and drink before I leave. Yeah, Pinhole, it's tricky knowing where to start. I've been feeling that with Shadow and I doing the Vulcan Brutal. It is very tricky to know where to... It's tricky to feel like you've made the right call with what is most important to do first. Tell you what, though. Boy, did I have fun with Shadow this week. That was... She was 100% right. That taking the road of let's be chill during the day and just think about things really, really worked out so much better than I thought it would have. I thought it was going to be a terrible idea and ended up listening to her, and I was glad I did. Right, we have that. Then we should get some explosive venting when this runs. Yeah, I can certainly see that as a fair critique of a brutal start, but that's why the brutal start isn't the default start, where the critique being that the brutal start gives you one correct way of doing things. And I can absolutely see that being something that's not fun for everyone, and it's often not fun, something I find fun, but when you've done things so many times, it's nice to have that variant, that as an option. An optional way to play. Alright, let's see what happens. Flow rate is max. How long is this going to take to empty? It's not super quick. Are these emptying? Nope. Where'd my laptop go? Is it still up there? Yes. Grab that. Say the max flow rate in here? I don't think it does. No. Yeah, I think the key, I think what I'm determining here is that I need more vents, not more tanks. That's already been a couple of, like, more than a minute, and we've dropped... Where are we dropped? Can I actually get up to it? Yep. We've dropped 2 megapascals. So that's a lot of storm time to lose. Now, 500 watts per vent. I could run 8 of them off a small transformer like that. So that's, I think, what I'm going to do. Both vents are set up the same way now. That was the, that was why I used the hash command and a set batch. So I batch commanded all of the vents to do the same thing. They're both set to 10 megapascals and they're running at max flow rate. Huh. Now I'm starting to wonder whether... the vents would be more efficient here, or a massive array of radiators. My thinking being that you connect to the radiators during the storm and you disconnect the rest of the time. Radiators would not get as cool, yes, that's true, because they would have to equalize, but they would still cool. No, Shadow Drake, not if I use a valve to disconnect the radiators when it gets hot. So the moment it's cool, the radiator opens, and the passive vent on the other end of the radiator closes. The moment it's hot, you reverse that state. And that's a really simple, just switch 2 things. And if I had, like, a huge array of radiators, it'd be minimal power usage, so it'd be really power efficient. I kind of like this as a better plan, rather than using the big vents. I like the idea of pumping in a whole lot of cold gas, but the idea of using radiators to do this is also really appealing. As a lower power situation here. Exactly, Crazy Canuck. It just becomes simple. It's when temperature differential switches, you switch the state of 2 things. You don't even have to do storm or whatever, you just switch. You know what? I'm doing it that way. So, I need to use these powered vents because I need to fill this with stuff that will become coolant. But once it's filled up to, I don't know, but probably 20 megapascals maybe, it should be fine. Yeah. So I don't think I want to use the large radiators, do I? Pipe convection. Medium convection radiator. Is it? It's convection I want to use, isn't it? Or is this a heater? Standalone radiator unit for radiating heat in vacuums. No, not that. Standalone radiator exchange heat with its surrounding others. Yeah, that's one. I do want the convection one. Medium convection radiator. Yeah. Yeah, I like this idea. I know it's not what I was originally planning, and I know it's potentially going to be a bit less effective for the cooling, but I like it as an idea. Just having a massive radiator array. There wasn't a large. Oh, the large extendable radiator? I think the large extendable radiator is a vacuum one. Yeah, vacuum and low pressure environments. So extendable is not for what I need. I need the medium radiator. Yeah, kit large extendable just has the one option. The medium has the two options. Then I presume this one, yeah. Kit radiator has the convection radiator. So I could use this one, but I think I'll use the medium ones because I presume they'll have a higher throughput. Thermal convection 9.38. Yeah. Quite a big difference. We're up to 5 megapascals. Still want to go a bit further. Could try and code something in just to do this rather than standing around, which is probably going to be quicker. Which is a really weird thing for me to be able to say. Start. Now, there's a way with the vents to check the pressure with them, not using anything else. No, there isn't. Dang it. I'd have to plug in the tank. Okay. Thankfully, tank is rotated in a way that makes it easy. Why? 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 Why do I always scroll my mouse wheel without even thinking about it when I am placing stuff down? Start. I might just set this to a pin rather than doing anything funky with it. Go. Tank big. Device 0. So we will load tank into our tank pressure. Then it's like a set batch. Is it like SBN? No. Do I have to do this I think I have to do this a different way. Maybe. I think I have to compare that. So can I do a set greater than? Actually, yeah, I can do it. Can I do a batched set greater than? Oh, it doesn't matter. Then we do set batch. Never mind. Don't mind me. Logic type. On. Take. 15. So if A is greater than B. Yeah. Let's go 20 megapascals. Yield. To start. That should work. We load the pressure from the tank. If the pressure in the tank is greater than 20,000, we set then R14 will equal... No, set less than. So while it's less than, it'll equal 1. As soon as it gets greater than, it'll equal 0, which means this will then turn the vents off. And cool, that should do it. Inwards very limited.
Waste tank caution.
And we're at 11 megapascals. Okay. We'll come back and check on that. I think that should be right. I think. Waste tank caution. Thank you, suit lady. Your morose voice keeps me safe. Yeah, I'm still using the burst pipe. I have not changed it, and I will not change it until I redo the whole airlock. It's a keepsake at this point. Why was I coming inside? Oh, right. I'm going to make a whole bunch of radiators. Let's make a whole bunch of radiators. Medium radiator. I'm going to need more copper and steel. Do we have any copper up here? Yes. I'm going to need more steel. That's not much, but I'll take it out and then I'll come back and grab more. Make some more steel. Actually, I think I have to go mining. So I think I'm low on some materials for steel. Alright, that can just make as many as that'll allow, which will be 16? 17? My wall becomes progressively more disorganized. Actually, I need the sensor I still need. Digital valve I'll still need. And the passive vent I'll still need. The rest of this should not be required outside. Okay. Let's check what materials I've got. See what I need to go mining for. It's been a while since I've gone mining. Oh, that's another thing that I'm going to dare to do. I think when I start my fresh go of Stationeers, I will attempt to do so without any mining boosts. So I will try and use deep miners and whatnot and use the pressure from that to use the pressure from not having much material to go out and drive me towards doing that. We'll see how that goes. See how long it takes for me to hate it and switch over. But I've been thinking about that for a while and I'm like, yeah, I probably should give it a go that way. I've got no plan. It's, I don't know when, Stationeers is getting the terrain update, but when it gets the terrain updated, that'll be when I'll do it. It could be a month, it could be 2 months. I genuinely have no idea how long they are away from it. I did not bring my scanning glasses. I should probably go back and get them. Before I do too much. This is going to make my life a lot more difficult. Oopsie. No, I didn't want to do that. But rubbish stacking. Okay, let's go back to the surface. So I can be more efficient. Yeah, the beta hasn't got the new stuff. So I figure it's still a while before it'll come. It's not making me less... One of the things that's worked out nicely for me, often when you know a big update's coming, I find I can lose a bit of motivation on something I'm currently working on that I know will be broken in it. For some reason that hasn't happened this time though. Yeah, Perseus. Abiotic Factor will be out tonight on Flipsy. And it was a long one. There's a slight possibility it could be the last of Abiotic Factor for a while. Because I'll have... No. Nope, that's almost destroyed. Never mind. Because I will have a wrong way out starting. Which I figure is a good reason to put it on an indefinite pause. But yeah, the YouTube VOD will be up. I've already uploaded it. I just need to do a thumbnail, so I'll do that after the stream today. It's one of my jobs. One of my to-do list things. Yeah, I think I'm going to fill up my iron needs pretty quickly. It's good. Fill, 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 fill. Like, there's a part of me that's obviously glad I used the ore mod to make this move more quickly. But the further I've gone through, the more I've realized that I have basically ignored a large chunk of the game as a result. Because I haven't had to do anything with deep miners or any of that sort of stuff. I think that's all the iron in this little spot. Let's go back over this way. Yeah, 5 times does seem too much. I always leant towards 2 times. Because the default is too little. Especially for a stream, but I always felt like 2 times was about right. So depending on how hard it is to set one up, I might set up a 2 times one. Thanks, Dominator. Thank you for 17 months. No blammo. In fact, I should probably go check that tank. Make sure that my script actually did work. Because otherwise I may have just taken out half my base with an exploded large tank full of CO2 pollutant and the other thing that's in the atmosphere. Alright, I think that's going to be enough iron for me to play with for a little while. Like this and go check on the tank. Don't want any uranium, don't care about it. Okay, cool. Let's go check on the tank. Ah, my windmill field. I think if I were to restart Venus knowing what I know now, I would have put a lot more time into getting the windmills up early. But I'm not... I may be misremembering how much time I actually had to potentially do that. Oh. Could have used these as a pressure limiting. But I stupidly set it up to be the wrong limit. Inwards very limited. Why? You're not close to the pressure external target. No, you're not! Why? I don't understand. Flow rate inwards very limited. Is it because the pressure differential is now high and it can't cope with the pressure differential to 11 megapascals? But I've set it to 50. Is there another pressure limit for these things? Doesn't look like it. Anyone understand why this has capped out here? I'm a little bit uncertain. Gremlins, yeah. They're eating the vents. Nope.
Air tank low.
Power cycling did not help. No, that's not true, Vox. I am sucking it in. The vents have got the new limit. It's weird. Weird. Is it being weird? Also, this is the tank that's most likely to be full, and it's 1.87 megapascals. Oh no, pollutant tank's up to 9. NOS is tiny. Nitrogen's low. CO2 is low and going down, I think. Yeah. Where are we at in the room? Hey, the CO2 in the greenhouse is going up. It was 4.5% at the start of the stream. It's up to 5.5%. So I'm winning on that front, at least. At least until I plant more ferns back in. Do I care to fix this thing? I'm curious. Let's see if I can. Are you guys working now? You appear to be working now. Nice one, Shadow Drake. That's weird. I just had to toggle the mode on and off. As in, turn it from out to in. Or into out and back again. Oh! Oh! I think I know why. So at the moment the external safety is 0 because it's on inward mode. I told it to set that to 50 megapascals. Therefore... and 11. Therefore it was saying that the pressure outside must be above that for me to do anything. So the external safety should only be there when I'm in pushing out mode, not on pushing in mode, or sucking in mode. So if I do it on sucking in mode, it's going to break the vent. So that means you need to actually modify those external safeties as you change the mode of the vent. Alright, up to 13.5 megapascals in there. Now let's go make some steel. I think I see where the problem is there. Ooh. Hurry up. I want in. I want to make some steel. Possibly even with some of my carbon from my plants. We got nothing in there. Cool. It's got a whole lot of iron in there. This might take a while. I am just trying to survive on Venus. The terraforming mod, I don't even know if it works at the moment. I didn't think it did, but maybe it does. Yeah, I don't think it works. They've talked about making the terraforming a native part of the game, but it's sort of a stretch goal for after they've done a bunch of other stuff. Like, it would be an additional game mode. It's certainly a thing that a number of the devs are interested in doing.
Hydration critical.
But it is something, like the idea of terraforming is something that fits really quite nicely within what Stationeers does. So I hope they manage to make it as a vanilla mode. Empty out the gas. Bring in the hot stuff. So a whole bag of iron. It's going to need, I don't know exactly how much coal. It'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. So 400 grams of coal. Or carbon. Oh, that's cool. I'm not surprised that they're moving in the direction of terraforming. Like, you've got a game that does so much with atmospherics. To change the world's atmosphere is, like, a very, I don't want to say obvious, but it is kind of it feels right as a way to go with it. Is it even logical? I mean, it is logical for them to, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what term I'm looking for. There is an English term I'm looking for, and it's just not coming to me. Just feels right. You know what? How much have I got in here? Probably too much for this, but I can always add more iron. Got 300. So if I have 500, that means I need another 300 iron. Yeah, we can do that. Uh-oh. Why are they different values? Is this gonna work? Or have I broken my whole stack and I now have to put this through the centrifuge? Have I just broken that whole thing? I'm really worried I have. Add the iron and find out? Yeah, fair play. Alright, another 300. Where are we at? 1.4. Is there another stack in there? Yes. I think it's one more stack. Okay, pressure. Temperature is way too low. Let's get this gas out. Hey, Evilish. Yeah, I didn't realize they were different at all either. I thought it always said carbon, not hydrocarbon when you put coal in. Has that changed recently? Okay, that is definitely hot enough and high enough pressure for steel, and we do not have steel. That sucks. That is so much to put through the centrifuge. Ugh. Thanks, Debating Spark. Thank you for the Prime sub. Ugh. In it goes. Wait, get in. No, not in. Oh, good. Oh, missed. Oh, this sucks. This sucks so much. Oh, no, let's stand on top of this. Oh, and now I'm heavy breathing too. Great. Thanks, Sisu. Thank you for the 16 months. You're full, so empty yourself out, please. With your weird gravitational direction. Uh... And at least I've already got the system to deal with it. It's just, that is so much material. But lesson learnt, can't use coal and carbon together in the same thing. One or the other. I feel like that's not how that's meant to work. I wonder if that's just an oversight. So what this will produce when it comes out of these is it'll produce carbon. I don't know what the hydrocarbon is going to come out as. That I don't know. Is that going to come out looking like coal? But yeah, at least I've still got a decent amount of iron to make enough steel for me to work with while this is processing. Just want to get it all into the system first. Yeah, you can see there's now 1 gram of hydrocarbon in here. 0.7. So basically, when this comes out of the centrifuge, I'll get iron, hydrocarbon, and carbon coming out as separate things.
Hunger caution.
But it will take quite some time to get to that point. So that all that material that I just put into the furnace is now tied up in this system for a long time. But I will go eat and drink, and then I will come back and make what steel I can from the remaining materials I have. Wait, no, there's more balls over here. Deal with these first. Any more? Another one here. Any more balls of mess? No, there's just a bit of iron there. I think hydrocarbon looks like an ingot. Oh, we'll find out. One more in the pack. No, I don't see any more. Don't see any more around here either. Ah, chat delay. Gotcha. Yay, medium radiators, lots of them.
Health low.
G is the shortcut to put things away. So if I put my wrench in my hand, I can then press G and it'll go back to its slot. They don't always go back to the slot that they were in. They go back to the first available slot of a type that they can go into, with tools preferencing tool slots. There we go. Eating and drinking done. Now let's go and make this steel. Oh. So annoying I got overexcited. I should have just... Shoulda, woulda, coulda. But didn't. Alright, so I can put 200 carbon in. 200 charcoal for my 600. Yeah. Yeah, I had 2,000 steel that got messed up because I put 2 different types of carbon in. The game doesn't like 2 different types of carbon. It only wants 1 type of carbon for your steel. It's picky that way. But at least, I'm still going to get 800 grams because of how much more iron I mine, so... That'll do me for a while. No, Coley Ishmael, that's the correct ratio. 3 iron, 1 coal is the correct ratio. You 3 iron, 1 coal will give you the right ratio of iron to hydrocarbon or iron to carbon. And we'll get you steel. Like, that's the ratio I'm doing here. I'm just using carbon instead of coal. Because they're interchangeable, but only if you do the entire lot interchanged. Not if you mix types. as we've just learnt. No, the the issue was that I've got both coal and charcoal, and I used my charcoal and coal together. Because I've got charcoal from my plants, and apparently they don't create the same kind of carbon. So you can't use both, you can only use one or the other for making steel. So, yeah. Feels bug. Like, kind of bug territory to me. But it is done now. Got some steel. Centrifuges are working. That'll take a while to fill up, I think. Yeah, that's gonna be a while. You put charcoal in a coal generator to get CO2 out of it. I believe so. Someone mentioned that that's possible, and so I think it does work that way. Right, we'll come back to that. Oh, I'll get more frames. Yeah, Kithmar, I can very much relate to the idea of games that you can enjoy watching but wouldn't enjoy playing. There are a number of social deduction sort of games that I have enjoyed watching people play. I do not enjoy playing them. I find them way too stressful to be fun. So yeah, I can very much relate. Yep. My thrust at max. Can I fight the storm? Yes. Alright, so the vents have shut themselves off, which means we should be at 20 megapascals in here. Which we are. But what I should probably do is turn the vents back on, empty this out, and try and fill it with the storm air right now. But the storm's gone. Oh, never mind. That was brief. I'm gonna presume that I probably want one of these per atmospheric cube. Because that should maximize their ability to radiate heat into the storm. These don't need to be fully welded up either. In fact, it might be better if they're not, because then I have more cubes of gas around things. Is there a prevailing wind direction? It doesn't matter. Yes and no. It does always seem to push me the same direction in a storm, and it doesn't matter. At least for stuff like wind, there's no impact. Yeah, the objective is to use the time when there's a storm active to cool down some gases. I might potentially use a pump to empty the gas network that the radiators are on. So when it's hot out, I have them empty. And then as soon as it's cool out, we open up a valve and let the gas flow in quickly. So that I don't have gases that are sitting there hot. Within that system. So even that volume is reduced. It's 100 degrees cooler during a storm. So it's quite a bit. Like that's enough to make my air conditioners significantly more efficient if I can have that temperature gas available to me more. Let's see how many more have been made. It's possibly enough at this point. Or at least enough for the tests. See, I might get a turbo pump and a digital valve. Or could just... yeah, turbo pump and digital valve. Thanks, way to go. Got a turbo pump up here. Got the valve. We've got another 15 radiators, so yeah, that's gonna be... yeah, we'll stop there. Quite a lot of radiators. Shadow Drake, when a valve gets opened, does it then make the pipe network instantaneously the same network, or are they still treated as separate networks? Don't recall whether valves combine networks. Because if the valve combines networks, then it's awesome. It's still separate networks. Is there any way to toggle combining networks? Like make a network temporarily one and then not? Or as soon as I separate a network, it's separated? Because if that's the case, then I need to have something to equalize between the radiator side and the other side as quickly as I can. So I'll need to have a lot of multiple valves then. Yes, need a merge block. Yeah, there's no flow within a pipe network in Stationeers, but there's flow between pipe networks. That's why I'd like the, like ideally for me in this situation would be to have a simple toggle for these are no longer the same network. Now these are the same network because then there's instantaneous flow and, well, there's instantaneous transfer. Which is probably why they don't allow it. because that would be potentially quite powerful. Okay. How many radiators is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 33! Cool. So, I probably don't need these inline tanks on this side. Oh, no, I do. I want to have inline tanks on both sides and then have the valves separating the two. Might get rid of some of them, though. These ones might have to go. Then what I thought I would do is put some inline tanks on this side. So we've got is this two separate networks? 130668. 130663. Oh, it is. That's tough to fix. I'm gonna have to connect all the pipes around the radiators, so there's gonna be a lot of pipe here. I think the pipe volume issue will not be too prominent. Also, I may have to move these ones that are close to the vents. Although I can dismantle the vents. Because I don't need them anymore. Get rid of that cable, which is causing me issues. I want to have these. I will put them on the side because I will probably want to have these around and available to use. I'm going to have to rework all this piping because I don't want to move all the radiators. Okay. The normal pipes be better than insulated ones as they would radiate heat also. Yes.
Waste tank caution.
Yes, they would. Yeah, I probably want them on one side of things, don't I? Yeah, could add the inline convection radiators as well. Yes, so talking beans, that's why I was saying, yes, they would gain heat when not in a storm, but that's why I was saying I would vent, like I would use the turbo pump to empty that side of things when the storm finishes. And potentially empty it to Atmo rather than into the actual network, like into the cool side of things. But I'll have to see what temperatures things look like after a storm. Gonna need a lot more pipe and some more pipe utilities. And probably some more iron. Iron? Yeah. Oh yeah, my waste tank. Thank you. Yeah, there was something here. Sure, forced me to come inside. I do still have my spare waste tank in my uniform, but I'm avoiding using it until I really need to, because it's always feels risky to use it up when I don't need to use it. Something up here I was going to grab. That one. More pipe. How are we doing? 5 of these. We'll get 6 and then stop there. See how far I get. When are you going to put floors down where they're not? When I have other jobs that I am happy to put aside until to do that. It's just never felt like a super urgent task to me. I do want those. There was one week where I was going to do it, a lot of the decorative work, but then I ended up realizing that my greenhouse was about to die, and so I had to prioritize that. And yeah, that's what led me to where I am right now. Doing this stuff. I think, annoyingly, I have to do this. Because do I have to connect both the inlet and output of the radiator? Or will it function with only one side connected? Also for when you're bored and waiting for other stuff to get done. Yeah, although not if I was playing Space Engineers. If I was playing Space Engineers, I would have done all this stuff already. Yeah, I think I'm gonna... It improves their efficiency, okay. If it improves their efficiency, then I will do it. I'm gonna need a lot of pipe. Like, a lot of pipe. Yeah, I could have set more going. I could have. I might do. I just wanted to have a rough idea of how much I actually needed before I got too excited and printed off hundreds of it. We've got more of these guys. We'll do that. Maybe print off one more. Get another pair. Okay, so this should all be one network, because it's all connected up directly. And the total volume of it should be reasonably large, because there will be 6 inline tanks. The inline tanks are for extra volume, so that... Because the game only calculates atmospheric changes twice per second, you want to maximize the amount of gas on the two sides so that the amount of temperature that can exchange between the two, heat energy that can exchange between the two is maximized. And you do that by putting inline tanks in. There are lots of things in this game that can get slowed down because, say for example, something becomes vacuum between ticks. Game ticks, that is. Yes. Yes, Pinhole, that is correct. This is for cooling. These radiators. Weirdly enough, I am trying to radiate heat out into Venus's atmosphere, somehow. No, Andir, that's not how physics works. The amount of heat energy radiated out during the storm is maximized by having the most gas in there with the most radiators. Having less gas will change the numerical value, but the amount of heat energy lost is less because there's not as much heat energy there to be lost. So you need to make sure you've got as much as possible there. So the bigger the volume, the more I can lose. Bjorn, we were just talking about that before. The reason I am using uninsulated pipes is that I'm using this as a radiator, and I will empty it when it is not storm temperature. So it won't do anything when it's hot, and when it's cooler than the gas that's in that I'm trying to cool, then it will fill. So yeah. No, Andir, that's not correct. Based on what I just said about it being vacuum, it's not going to be hot when the storm hits. It'll be vacuum when the storm hits. As the storm hits, it'll fill. When the storm ends, it will all be pumped back into the system to wait for the next storm. The normal pipes are useful because they'll radiate off a little bit of heat. May not be particularly significant, but it'll be there. It's something. It's free effectively because I'm using like the pipes are cheaper, and so there's that advantage as well. Yeah, having the pipes be cheaper is kind of nice. Tell you what though, Venus does not give up on its cooling being difficult. It is persistent. Another two of these guys. Hopefully that'll be enough volume. I guess it's a bit of a balance with the volume of this pipe network. I don't want it so big that it takes so long to pump it out after the storm that I end up with a huge amount of heat coming in because I'm now heating it up after the storm. I think that could become problematic. No, you cannot run a pipe to space and cool it there. It would be easier on Venus, potentially, but you can't do that. Oh dear, Bilbo. So there's some truth to the ancient saying, I'm your Venus, I'm your fire. But doesn't... If you have that saying, don't you then have to make it pink and cost 3 times as much? Wasn't it Gillette that used that? You always heard I'm your fetus in that song. Okay. Sure. Isn't Venus owned by Gillette? Because I thought that brand was owned, like that one was owned by them. Maybe you're wrong. Oh, I think I'm going to be short of some pipes. But not that short. Actually, not as bad as I feared this would be. And I am also aware that I have put down more pipes than are needed here. Because I could have done this in ways that would have connected it all as one system but made it more efficient. But it is what it is. Okay. So that's the 6 inline tanks. Then I just need enough pipes to do the last bits. Let's go get a few more. I can start setting up these pumps. Yeah, I could control valves from weather station data, but there's no need to use the weather station. So I'm not using it. I'm going to use temperature. The other advantage of temperature is that it will open this system if the gases that are being used to connect to the air conditioner get hotter than regular Venus temperature. It'll also open. And so that has safety benefits. Are you thinking for reducing the heat soak after a storm? I don't know. I don't know that you can... I don't know that the weather station gives you information of when the storm's going to end ahead of time. Does anyone... can it do that? Magnetes, I'm building a large radiator array to attempt to radiate heat into Venus' storms. Thanks, Alias. Thanks for the 7 months. And yeah, I hope I always do have fun at PAX. This year's PAX is, I think it'd be a good one. I'm looking forward to finding out, hopefully, that I've got good internet down there, because I've got a stream I'm planning on doing next weekend from Melbourne. I got offered a sponsored stream for a game that has overwhelmingly positive reviews, so I was like, yes, of course. And one that I already owned. And I was like, cool, yeah, delightful, I'll do that. So I just got to hope I've got good enough internet that I can actually do it. Zero, no storm, one storm incoming, two storm active. Yeah. That's a pity. Actually, what's the weather going to be like in Melbourne? Or it's predicted to be like, I should say. Next weekend. It is looking like... So I get down there on Thursday, top of 19. Friday, top of 17. Saturday, top of 17. Sunday, top of 24. Ooh, Sunday sounds like it'll be nice. All partly cloudy. Which means there'll be some rain, there'll be some wind, and there'll be some nice bits. Because it's Melbourne, and it can't decide what it wants its weather to be, ever. In previous years, Twitch has set up, like, fishbowl things that you could potentially book in and stream from.
Hydration critical.
But Twitch is, as we all know, running out of money. So they say. So their presence is diminished this year. So they've just taken over a cafe, which honestly I think is actually probably better from Twitch's perspective, money better spent. To have something that's not just this weird partner fishbowl thing and other stuff. I think they made the right decision for them, but it means that there's nothing available to use. I'm gonna find out on the Friday whether there's the ability to, like, any rooms or anything you can, or even just a PowerPoint I can plug into, because I'm happy to use my phone. It's just finding somewhere that's got good enough 5G that I can get at least a decent 720p stream done. My laptop will not last long enough to stream from doing it on battery. So if I can't find a PowerPoint, the next idea is go to Bunnings and buy a Ryobi battery and an inverter, because they're the cheapest ones that I could find that would actually have a decent amount of charge, and plug myself into that in a park somewhere, which would actually be delightful. I'd quite like that, but yeah, that's my next best option that I've come up with. Yeah, what I would call a PowerPoint is what you guys might call a power socket. Not like a presentation. There we go. Hey, Taliesin. I am making giant radiators. That's what I'm doing. I'm actually close to potentially doing some stuff with them now. So that's all constructed. It's all piped up. Let's see what I need. So, I need turbo pump. Doesn't matter which way it's going as long as I can get power to it. Turbo pumps are fancy like that. We want a turbo pump, and we also want a digital valve. Actually, the way I had that at first is probably good. I can do that. And I can go over here. And I can realize that these are in the wrong spot and I need to move them, because that pipe's going to have to connect. No, I am going to move the valve instead. That makes more sense. There we go. Hey, I like to sometimes deliberately use my Australianisms for describing things because I know they might confuse people. There's I guess, a perverse pleasure to that for me. It's just like, yeah, it's a little bit of our English mess. Yeah, it can be a plug, it can be a PowerPoint, any of those things for us. Okay. Now, I have to figure out how to do the writing of the things. So, we are going to... Yeah, the big tank can be on D0. Actually, let's put the gas sensor...
Hunger
Huh.
caution.
You have dual temperature. Okay, so I don't need a... The tank can tell me what the temperature is. That's good. So we've got tank, gas sensor, digital valve, and turbo pump. Cool. I'm not sure which way is which on these things, but I will be right back. I'm just going to take a quick bio break and enjoy the slightly low frame rate Capax.
Waste tank caution.
Imagine someone being unfamiliar with me joining the stream right now. Yeah, that'd be an interesting one. Not gonna lie, I'd kind of find that amusing. I was just thinking, I don't know what frame rate I recorded those Capacs at. So I wonder whether I could render myself a 30 frames per second version and see if that's enough to not overwhelm my stream PC's GPU. That's a simple solution. Hey, Pinhole. Is there a Capac stream today? I don't know. He wasn't sure. He's got to sort some stuff out with his car. And he wasn't sure whether he would actually be able to stream today or not. I think he needs new tires before he drives to... I think he's driving to Canberra and then flying from there to Melbourne. Oh, did he seem at the end of Space Marine that he was going to not do today? Yeah. Makes sense. I figured there was a reasonably high chance he wouldn't. Which made it also make more sense for me to get a makeup stream in before I even go away. I feel like that made sense to me. I still heavy breathing? Oh no, it's gone away. Cool. Back to trying to figure this out. I think I'm going to hang around outside just for the initial phase of trying to understand this, and then hopefully I'll be able to do some of the coding inside. I would at least want to get all the aliases and stuff done. So one of the advantages with what I've done here, I think, in terms of safety and certainty with how it works, is that this will be a closed system. I won't have gases moving in and out, so I don't have to deal with those issues of flow and things like that as much, I hope. Magnus, I would play more Stationeers with Capac, but finding a time slot where that works is difficult. It's not about a not wanting to play. Sorry, I'm just filling up my water bottle. With my recent daycare disease, I've just got a bit of a sore throat. Trying to keep my voice hydrated rather than drying out and getting uncomfortable. What is there in Canberra to see? Capac has family in Canberra. Alright, so. Step 1. Figure out how to turn the pump on so that it will pump in that direction. Then step 2 is figure out how to turn it to pump the other way. Canberra has some decent museums and such too if you're into that sort of thing. But yeah, in general, it is not somewhere most Australians think of especially fondly due to its association with politicians. Gas sensor, valve and pump. Sensor, valve, pump. Sensor, valve, pump. There we go. Potentially don't need to pump to the rads, but might be helpful to aid rapid transit of the gases by pumping as well as opening the valve. Capax of the Canberra Capax, yeah, he's got family there. I was saying that I need to fill up my water bottle because my throat is a bit sore thanks to Toby's daycare diseases, or nursery nurgle, or whatever you want to call it, that he's given me, and I'm desperately hoping I get over in the next day before I go to Melbourne. Because I've probably got 48 hours to get better. Okay, we don't need that. We don't need any of this, actually. Yeah, Scythe, the Stationeers DLC with the robots is seen by most people as a creative mode sort of style of play. And I think a number of people use it as I've achieved all of the survival goals for my engineer, for my person, so I no longer need to look at that side of things, and I'd rather just play as a thing that just needs power now so that I can not worry about those things because they're really just busy work at this point. fair point. I might want to define the pump instead of aliasing it. That is a fair point. Because then I could add more if I need to make it work more quickly. Yeah. That's what I'm doing. All right. So. What do I need to do? I need to... I want to check which direction the pump is going, because I don't know which direction the pump's going. So I probably want to set that first. And I'm going to have to make sure any future pumps are oriented exactly the same way so that this doesn't become a problem. How do I want to do this? I am struggling to think of how to do this. I guess I just do a test on the pump first. So, need to set the mode. Oh wait, I can just check the mode. So let's just do set batch vents. Sorry, pumps. Not pimps, pumps. Mode 0. Confirm. And then I take this, put that in there, export, turn this on. And that should be set to the correct thing. Mode is 0. Mode is right. Okay. Okay. Cool. So mode 0 goes towards the radiators. Let's put that in a comment. So that won't be forgotten. So I want to load the two temperatures, because then I'll be comparing the two temperatures and based off the result of that, doing actions. So, load into, let's go, alias tank temp, alias world temp, R1 and R0. We should just do R1 and R2. Less likely to use them when I shouldn't. So load into tank temp, tank temperature. Load into world temp, sensor temperature. Okay, so that's, we've got our world tank and tank temp. So, I think I'll do this as two separate, as a little loop. Set. No. Branch greater than. So, if A is greater than B, do C. So, if tank temp is greater than world temp, go to open rads. Otherwise, we will load. Ooh, poop. Do you know what the pressures are on either side of you? No. Nuts. I need a pipe sensor. Dang. I need to know what the pressures are inside the radiator area so that I can turn the pump off when the pressures are 0. Because I don't want a turbo pump running all the time if I don't have to. So once it reaches 0, so I need to know. Which means pipe sensor. The pump doesn't seem to. The pump has power, lock, ratio, mode, setting, on, error, max, required power, name hash. That's it. That's the turbo pump. Is the valve? Where is the digital valve? What do you have? No. Neither of them have that info. I think that's on here. Pipe analyzer, that's it. That's what I wanted. I see one up there? No. Just need one of these. I believe. Yeah, so this will allow me to turn off the pump when the radiators are empty. Saving a lot of power, because the radiators will be empty most of the time. I don't mind the pump running during the storm, because whatever. The valve should equalize it so that I don't overpressure this system, I think. But having it running constantly, that turbo pumps are expensive to run. Alright, so let's put that on D4. Analyzer. Edit. Anarad? Yeah, sure, why not? So let's just do analyzer. Oh, the tank should never get empty. If the tank gets empty, I've exploded the other side. That would be bad. The tank should not empty. The tank holds too much volume. It is very difficult to shorten analyzer. It's kind of like assembler. There's a reason when I search for assembler during streams and during videos in Space Engineers, I type SSE. Just to avoid all the comments that might come with that. Okay, so I also want to hear. This will be. We're going to have empty rads. So I want to load analyzer, load into Bean, analyzer, pressure. And set. No. Is it? Yeah, set greater than. Set less than. Set equal? Yeah, set equal. R14. Analyzer. Sorry. Set if R4 if set R14 if that is what I want. So R14 will equal 1 if R15 equals 0. Or do I want something different? Is select set greater than 0? Yeah. That's probably what I want. So set greater than 0. Yes, that's what I want. So R14 will be 1 if the pressure is greater than 0. Otherwise, it'll be 0. And that will then allow me to set batch pumps on R14. I mean, is it set greater than 0, set not equal to 0? Either way works. Yeah, so empty rads, I should set the modes at the start of these. So set batch pumps mode. This is toward radiator, so I want to set it to 1. And open rads, set batch pumps mode 0. Toward radiators. Then how do I break out of this so that this... I guess this just then jumps to start, doesn't it? Let's check this out. If we're loading in the temperature data of both, if the temperature is lower in the world temp, sorry, if the tank temp is greater than the world temp, we jump to open rads. If it's not, we go through the empty rads bit, which is only labeled this way to give me an idea of what's happening, where we set the pumps to flow inward. We check the pressure. If the pressure is greater than 0, we turn the pumps on. If not, we jump back to start, where we should then have a thing at the start that sets the pumps to off. Set batch pumps on 0. No, because that won't let them run. No. They'll turn off once the pressure equals 0, because that'll keep just running through. And if not, when we get there, the pump will then turn itself on. Yeah. And this should also be set valve. What's the valve? Because it should just be mode. Or just on? Just on? Power, error, lock, setting. It's either going to be setting or on. It's going to be one of those two. Guess on. On 0. Set valve on 1. Put a yield in here. Setting is a non-function. Okay. Bjorn, what difference does BGTAL offer versus BGT? I don't understand at all. I apparently forgot to pause as well. Whoops. Okay. So we've got... So this loop should work for making the pumps function, and then the rads for opening. Should just be able to have it set the values, turn the pumps on. Yeah, it should just be set batch pumps on 1. Yield and then go back to the start. And it should just leave them on then. I think. Don't understand any of this. I'm happy to try and explain it as I try and understand it myself. It looks okay though, I think. So we load the temperature data. So let's say a storm has begun. So a storm has begun, which makes the world temp less than the tank temp. Oh, I got this the wrong way around, don't I? I should have this as a branch less than. Oh no, this is right. A is greater than B, yeah. No, never mind. So tank temp is higher than world temp because the storm has started. We jump down to here. We then turn the pump's mode to 0, which pushes it toward the radiators. We turn the valve on, so it equalizes as well, and we turn the pump on. We wait a tick. We jump back to start. The storm continues. We go back through it, just keeps setting that. The storm ends, pushing the world temp higher than tank temp, so we don't jump out that, which switches the pump's direction, turns the valve off, checks the pressure, and while the pressure is still present, it keeps looping through this. And as soon as the pressure is gone, when the pressure is gone, this will turn off, because that'll be 0, and we'll just keep running through this until another storm comes. So this should work. No, I'm not. I'm using this to turn the pump off. This turns the pump off. Because the analyzer is here. The analyzer is the pipe analyzer on the radiators. So that is turning it off when the analyzer reads a pressure of 0. I think it has everything. I think I'm getting better at this. Slow, but I think I'm getting there. All right, confirm. Export. Let's plug it in. Well, it hasn't errored, but it has opened. So that's not right. And it's also the wrong cartridge. Oh, we need to turn this off. No. Bad wrong. Okay, the turbo pump can way overpower the valve. Okay. Pipe sensor is off. That probably doesn't help, does it? Now, I also need to make sure that I don't leave the pump on during the, I need a safety. I need a safety from the analyzer if the pressure gets too high, because I could easily burst those pipes. Um, so that might be best at the start. I'll just have that so it runs no matter which cycle is running. So I want to load into R15 analyzer pressure. Set less than in R14, just because I like it this way. R15 is less than. So if R15 is less than, let's go 20,000. So we'll just go 20 megapascals. Which equals 1 if A is less than B. Yep. Then set B pumps on R14. That should do. Yeah, I could do set analyzer on. Honestly, it's now on. I'm not going to turn it off, but whatever. So there we go. So this will turn it. The problem I see here. Actually, no, this shouldn't be a problem. Because during the empty rads, I'm not going to run into the pressure problem. So I really only need to have it here. But it's up here now, so it's a safety. It'll be fine. Yeah, it probably should be down here. Though I suspect it doesn't actually matter. But I will put it where it should be. Analyze the pressure. Put that there. Zero. It'll only turn it on if the pressure is less than 20 megapascals. Confirm. Export. Okay. Nope. 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 Why? You're not. Your temperature is 464. Your temperature is 464. Why? The heck? Mm. Maybe I need to use absolute values rather than relative temperatures for these. And use, if the world temp is greater than X, do this. If the world temp is less than this, do this. I think it's probably better. The trouble was, I was trying to avoid doing that because I wanted it to be relative if the tank ended up getting hotter, which it may do. Branch greater than or equal? Yeah, but I don't know how to do that. What is branch greater than or equal? Why aren't you searching for me? Uh, uh, oh, BGE, I think it might be. Yeah, BGE. So there we go. Now if they're equal, it should do it. Which they should be if that's open. Yeah, it's not doing it. Why? Uh, no, the argument's in this the correct way round, I'm pretty sure. If A is greater than or equal to B, jump to line C. If tank temp is greater than or equal to world temp, open the radiators. That's correct. Trouble is, because I've got hotish gas in the tank, until a storm comes, I think this might be broken. So what I might want to do is add, let's go, I was going to do add tank temp. So there's 5-degree increase to tank temp, which would make tank temp higher than world temp. No, I want to subtract. Wait, hang on. Let's see. No, I want to subtract from tank temp. So the tank temp seems to be cooler than outside, even when it's not. So if tank temperature reads as cooler than it actually is, then it'll want to empty the radiators into the tank. Yeah. Yeesh. It's annoying when these things play funny. Hey, the pump has stayed the right way.
Waste tank caution.
That appears to have worked. Now is the time to use this. So it hasn't gained a huge amount of temperature in this time. I honestly wonder how little difference these radiators are going to make. Oh wait, they're convection radiators. They won't make a big difference, sunlight or not. It'll only get up to this temperature. Never mind. This shouldn't get hotter during the day. The pipes will maybe get hotter because they'll have some convected heat in. They shouldn't reach higher than the ambient. Be interesting to see how much heat I can actually bleed out during a storm. And just how many radiators I would need to drop it by even a few degrees. Because I'm so curious as to how inefficient and useless this system is going to be. So I suspect it's going to be pretty bad. This does also take a long time to pump this out. I may need more pumps. But that's okay. We've set up for that because I was reminded to set it up for batch and functional that way. It's a good thing. Drop, drop, drop. I just want to see whether the pump turns off when this gets to 0. And then I'll head inside and deal with my waste tanks. And probably my battery too. Might need a much bigger pump for this. Yeah. Yeah, probably. I think this is the biggest pump, so it'll need several pumps. Yeah, pump is on 100. I set it up to 100 earlier. It's the last little bit of a pipe network that always takes the longest as well. But this part of it doesn't matter as much because while yes, there's a fair bit of... Actually, does it get more heat energy in? Only a few joules. I don't know. I don't know whether it'll matter. Yeah, the input pressure being so low, it will take a while, but there's plenty of time between storms. Guess it doesn't matter how much gas is in here, you're still going to add as much energy for how long it takes, so the quicker I can get this out, the better. Thanks, Dragoon. Thank you for the Prime sub. How many turbo pumps before you may as well run another AC for the cooling? Don't ask questions like that, Morbus. I think we know the answer is not very many. Honestly, this system is attempting to do something different for the sake of being different, more than it is to actually be good at what it does, I guess. I was just trying something. I was curious. I really don't want to have to wait around for this to do the last 40 kilopascals. It gets so slow. But I really don't want to leave and have this explode because my script has done something weird. One pump per radiator. Jeez. No, you want... No, that's a lot. I think, like, 2 pumps will make it twice as quick because of the way the pumps work. Or nearly twice as quick. Good news is a rig like this will work on Vulcan in the night. Yeah, so it's like, this is something that could be useful in other settings. What I've learnt here. Two pumps per radiator. Ah, dear. Those out of my hands. We are at 8.3 kilopascals. If you can match the volume on both sides, a back pressure regulator can potentially... that sounds confusing. Baby, I don't know where you left. I've got a script running that's trying to do my radiator thing. I'm hoping that it's not going to explode stuff, as it tried to initially. Down to 3.5 kilopascals. We are almost there. I probably want to make it so I can walk around here during a storm. Although my jetpack, that super powerful, does manage to get me here, so may not have to do that. 2.4. Come on. That last little bit. Curse you. Asymptotes. That's the right word, isn't it? It's just internal pump math. I gleaned from the Discord. Apparently, pressure regulators have a minimum pump rate that can exceed turbo volume pumps when the pressure gets that low. Okay. Sounds more complicated to set up matching volume on both sides than it does to simply put more pumps on there. 700 pascals. 1500 in my waste tank. Is my waste tank going to fill before this thing empties? Because it's going to go slower and slower as this pressure gets lower. 500 pascals. Hey, Tommaso. How's it going? Thank you so much for 3 years.
Power low.
What will blammo today? I did almost blow up these pipes. Did almost do that. Haven't done it, but I did almost do it. Do you really need vacuum or can you accept a small volume? That's a fair point, Vox. I could accept a small volume because that tiny volume of gas having standard Venusian atmospheric temperatures is not that terrible. Because obviously it doesn't hold much heat. But so yeah, like I could probably stop at like 500 pascals or something, because the last bit does take so much longer than the others. And it would probably be 99% as effective, I suppose. I think. Well, it's probably not bad to add some extra pumps on this anyway. Well, pumping to the radiators is pressure limited now, and more pumps should not cause an explosion, because it should just reach 20 megapascals quicker. As long as it doesn't exceed 60 megapascals in doesn't do 40 megapascals of pressure difference in a single tick. Committed now, or is it need to be committed? ¿Por qué no las dos? Surely it could be both. 36 pascals, 35, 34. I am waiting to see if my script works. That's why I'm not doing anything. If I leave, I could come back and things might have changed and I won't know what's happened. So I'm waiting to see if my script is working. I like to watch and see and make sure, because I don't feel confident in most of what I do. Not sure if the inline tanks are helping or making things worse. Yep. Urine. Yep. I could see it going either way on that. My waste tank is up to 2.2 megapascals. It's down to the last 15, 14, 13. Come on. Do the thing. Hurry up. Then I'll go make a few more pumps and hook them up. Yeah, the fact that this whole pipe network is a much greater volume, it probably doesn't actually matter, now that I think about it, because it's instantaneous. Whether there's a big volume there or not, doesn't matter. We're still going to have the same problem as we get down to these pressures of getting out that last bit, whether it's out of a tiny thing or out of a big thing, right? Or no, because if the pipe volume is greater than 100 liters, maybe it does matter. Luthorn, I, for reasons, will not talk about the, Space Engineers update. There we go. Pressure is none. And it is off. So that is working. Let's go get some more pumps so that when that happens next time, it's quicker. No, Tommaso, not even that. I mean, it'll be released on a Monday. Since that's when they do their releases. So that they can do their hot fixes and stuff. Right, turbo. Make some turbo pumps. Do we have more electrum? Yeah. Okay, I need some regular pipe as well. Open these up. Yeah, with an extra pump, it should effectively be half, so I should be able to make this quite quick with having 5 of them. Okay, we'll see how many more pipes I need. Empty my waste tanks. There we go. Oh, actually, I'll fill my oxygen tank too before I go out. It's not super low, but it's low enough that it could get annoying. Now I just gotta hope that a storm comes soon so I can see what effect it has. And see how much cooler I get that gas. Okie dokie. So, let's pull this thing up. Nope, that is the wrong tool. Drill, I think. Nope, wrench. Now drill. Slap you down there. Put these back in so I'm not holding them. That's storage in situ. Or later. Alrighty, so pumps. I'm going to need to have both sides of them accessible, and I need to make sure that they're all aligned the same way. That looks to be correct. We're going to need... Actually, I could do them vertically, couldn't I?
Hydration critical.
Might leave that one not vertical and do these ones vertical. The reason for that is then I can always see this one easily, even if I end up stacking these higher to speed things up more. Now, trying to get the cables to work here is going to be an interesting exercise. That side hooked up, this side. There we go. So that's the piping. Now let's see if I can do this in a vaguely neat way. Can that? No. I can go through there though. But these can't fit here. So never mind, that's not helpful. I think I'm going to have cables hanging out in the air. So I think I'll do this one going up. Coming out that way. We do this. Like so. I think that's the neatest option I can come up with. Yeah. That's fairly tidy. I would have preferred the cables be on the ground, but I didn't leave myself enough room to do that. In theory, once I set all these to 100 liters, I should have increased the speed of that by 5. Uh-oh. Can I actually get at these valves? Let's see. Oh, there we go. Not that one. Can I get at this one at all? Right. Or do I have to remove the top one? I might have to remove the top one. Yep. There we go. All done. Oh, okay. Nope. All at 100 liters. Perfect. Okay, now I just need to wait for a storm and hopefully I notice it and I can come out here and see what the heck's happened with the gases. Because until the storm comes along, I will be just leaving this as a closed system and not actually connecting it to my aircon. Yeah. Done. Excellent. Now I have to do that whole waiting thing. Which, you know, not great at. Trying to think of what other projects I can do around here. I guess I can start putting floors in, stuff like that. Yeah, drink, shower, eat's probably a good idea. Make a weather station and hook it up Yeah, actually, you know what? I've avoided the weather station, but I might well make one so that I can see inside without having to check. I have a shower now? No. I don't have enough water for a shower. I mean, I do have enough water for a shower, but I don't. I sort of do and I sort of don't have enough water for a shower, to be honest. Another 600 ferns. Actually, let's check my water supply. It's been a while since I've looked at it. We're up to 6.17% CO2! Yay! $37.7 liters. That's not a lot. How much is in my big tank in the main room? I need to start sending that through. I think I might need to soon.
Power low.
Let's go check. See how much I accumulated from the gases and stuff that I made. I was more thinking that in setting up a shower, I'd need to have some water locked away that's dirty while I process it to clean it. 21 liters. Okay. Yeah, I don't have a lot of water. I keep drinking it, and unfortunately drinking deletes water. Yeah, Shadow Drake, I do feel like that was at some point at a higher amount of water. I don't know how it's changed. Also, you're done. No, there's no engineer wastewater. So anything your engineer takes in water-wise just gets deleted. I may actually have to go for a trader to get more water. But I can get more water with the stuff that I've got here. So let's just at least take some of this stuff upstairs. But we can process some of this stuff and get more hydrogen made, more volatiles made, which will get us more water. Because this isn't running really at the moment. Because that gas mix is off most of the time, so I need to get some more volatiles. This stuff should process down to a lot of that. Yeah, just a few kilopascals of volatiles in there. Oxygen's got plenty. And processing this one, so let's pop some of this in. That will be some extra volatiles coming through, slowly. Yeah, the weather station works through magic. It doesn't actually require to be outside, does it? Or does it? Anyone know? I assumed it worked through magic. But maybe it does need to be outside. I don't know. Something to figure out, but I'm going to work on getting more water first. That's more important. The weather sensor thing to me feels a bit vanity project rather than actually important. Chuck, I can't mine any volatiles because there are no ices on Venus. So the only way for me to get volatiles is via the method I'm doing it or buying it from a trader. Or using a composter. But a composter is kind of the method that I'm using. So this is the only way for me to get volatiles, which means it's the only way for me to generate water without buying it from a trader. So that's why I've been doing this. Because at the very start of the game, I kind of wanted to see if I could do this without using traders at all, but it's, I think, potentially impossible. I think it would take too long to accumulate enough of the necessary materials to not die before you would be able to. So I think the trader is a necessity. But now that it's not a necessity for me, I'm trying to see how much I can do without it. I mean, you could probably cheese it by running your biomass, making a tiny bit of biomass and just running it through and doing it, but that just feels like cheating to me. Magnetes, if the weather station has to be outside, then I would just put an indicator light inside. The location of the weather station doesn't matter for where I put the indicator. There is no water vapor in the atmosphere, in the planet's atmosphere. And the mixture of volatiles and oxygen is what I do downstairs with my combustor. This thing. This is combusting oxygen and volatiles to produce pollutant, CO2, and water. Right, that's enough. Let's heat this up again so I'm not cheating. The biomass comes out as charcoal. There we go. Right, coal, stack up into the coal bag, iron into the iron bag. Right. Has the other one managed to process enough that I need to run it, or has it got... Oh, there's gold over here. Now you're going biomass 304. Not quite full. Read the Larry proxy slot. Are you talking about the what's underneath the Larry? Caveman tree? The target slot is 255. The index is 255. You can see it in the station pity here, if you ever forget it. Arm slot 0, hopper slot 1, target slot 255. Okay. What am I doing? Storming? Nope. Weather station. What do I need for a weather station? Where is weather? Weather station is made from electronics printer. Does it say anything in the weather station about its no. It does not. I suspect the weather station can be outside. Let's see if the Stationeers wiki says anything about this. The weather station waits for and warns about weather such as storms. When turned on, the light on the weather station starts glowing green when there is no event incoming. If there is an event incoming, it lights up yellow or red if an event is already occurring. I'm currently making more than one of these, and I don't want to do that. Even if not powered, the small wind turbine on its top will be able to spin, so even without power, it can warn you. The logic output will not work if not powered. It will not do anything when placed indoors, but will not flash an error, instead lighting up green in all cases. Okay, you've got to go outside then, buddy. So it goes outside. And I need to set up some sort of logic to duplicate what it is saying. Do I just use another IC10 to do it? Or could I easily do this with some logic chips? I haven't used logic chips in so long because I just keep using script instead. I've got like IC10s running everywhere, even for real basic stuff. So I will be right back. I need to take a quick bio break so I can actually think about this. Oh. My stream PC struggles to register when I click the transition to go back to my regular scene. So I have to use logic or a script in order to get a light inside to match the light on the weather station. It is a non-optional. So I'm just trying to decide how it would be done. I feel like it's just going to be easier with a script. Be fewer things and less likely for me to stuff it up. So I haven't used the logic chips in so long, and so I think you have to load what the weather station's saying and then set that value to the to an LED. Is an LED colorable to match? Oh, it's a read then a write. Yeah, I suppose I could just do it with a read and write. Let's just do a read and write. I haven't used logic IOs for ages. Because I only need to know that a storm is coming. Right? If the storm's already here, I would... Well, I need to know if a storm is coming or if a storm is here. Maybe I'll just do the storm is here. That's the only thing. Oh, nuts. I need something else. I need a transformer or something. Yeah. On equals 2 might be an issue. Maybe a logic compare is needed? So I can do a not equal to 0? Which I think is a logic processor? Yeah. Oh, and I forgot the other thing I needed. The transformer. Transformer. Need more iron. Of course I do. Alright. Smelt him. Smelt him if you got him. Oh, I really wish I had the knowledge I do now to be able to set these up to work properly. And not have to undo them to do it. One benefit of the chips is they show their output on the frame, making debugging visible. True. Oh, yeah, that's true, potentially. It would read the 1, set the LED on, and when it sets the 2, it doesn't matter. So yeah, I do just need to set the 1 on, because then the light should stay on, because it's already on. If it fails the read, that's still okay. Fails the write. As long as it doesn't turn it off when it gets a 2. So what I might do is make this, and then I'll make a memory just so I can test what happens. So I'm now curious. Alright, then we need a light, which I should have some up here, unless I left them outside, which I think I did. I'll just make another one. They're cheap. Oh, flashing light. Maybe I'll do flashing light. Now, how am I going to get this circuitry outside without getting in the way of other things? Going fancy. Yeah. Thanks, Outcast Zero. Thank you for the probe sub. That doesn't work. Where can I get a cable through? Can I get one through here? Yes. I just want this on an isolated network because it's going to be a major pain if it's not. And now for the terrifying thing of drilling right near my airlock. Still can't get the right click to put something in my hand shortcut to stick. I've tried it a couple of times today and it's just not sticking. One of those shortcuts that I just don't seem to manage to get into a habit. Yeah, I could have used the logic transmitter, true. That would have been another option. Oh, excuse me, sorry. Yeah. Oh man, I had a transformer out here all along. Typical. Okay, weather station. I think you want plastic. There we go. One weather station. Not doing anything. I thought it was supposed to have its little top thing spin when even when it's not powered. That's what the wiki says. Ah, boo. That down to there. And we have it connected up on the data side, and that's power side, and then we're good. Just gotta do the logic stuff then. Oh, I need to go around the other side. It's not gonna fit neatly. There ain't no way I'm moving my dodgy as vent. It's been with me too long. Must stay. Okay, so what I wanted to do to begin with was grab my memory. Pop it down and grab my logic IO. Writer. Then I want to set, once I connect these up, set my memory to 2, set my logic writer to I need a reader as well, don't I? I do need to put the reader down. I need to read the memory, don't I? I think I do. Feels vaguely familiar. Man, I remember trying to make an entire airlock system run off logic chips in one of my early Stationeers playthroughs. That was pain. Much pain. Okay, so... Nope. That's the wrong button. Minus 90? Oops. Okay, value is now 2. So, logic reader. In is memory. Variable is... setting. So that's our 2 is now red. Logic writer in is logic memory. Out is flashing light. Output variable is on. We read that. We read that. Turn that on. It is not powered. It did not connect to the top side. Now we see if the flashing light is flashing. It appears to be. 2 appears to work. Okay, cool. So, now what I need to do is change my value of my logic reader and read from the weather station. So in will be weather station. Variable will be mode. In weather station, mode, and this should have turned the light off. And it has not. Why? Mode equals 0.
Tank caution.
State equals 2. What? Oh, I didn't change this. There we go. Done. And it's off. Hooray! I have a visual weather warning system. So if I'm walking past it, I will notice. And be able to then come out here and check and see how things are going. Cool. Now to do audio. No, honestly, I don't think I want to have an audible alarm, because then I have to be able to turn it off. And I have to pressurize my base for that. I could possibly have an audible alarm inside the greenhouse, but I think I'll pass on that. To be honest. But I definitely don't want to go into my suit. I want to be able to run away from the alarm. Okay, it really is just a case of waiting for a storm. Does anyone remember how long ago I last had a storm? Wouldn't it be better in the middle of a room to see from different areas? Yeah, probably would. But cabling that seemed like a lot of work. Because I don't want to cross the cabling with anything else. I also feel like it should be soon. That annoys me, because I don't know how soon. Could at least move it over to here, but I probably should have come inside and seen how flashy the light is in this dark area when it's on. Wait, can I turn this on? Yes. Oh, that's not ideal. Might put it on the ceiling. So the spinny nature of it actually works to its advantage. I'll frame up here and I'll put it on the roof. And then it'll hopefully be able to cast its light a bit further out and make it even more obvious. Oh yeah, good point, Beer Seeker. I would have forgotten to do that. It's been so long since I've done stuff with logic circuits that I definitely would have forgotten to use the screwdriver to rebind it to the correct one. There. Screwdriver. Jetpack, stop being so overpowered. I don't know that that's any better. It may be worse. But it is at least visible from down that corridor. Which it was not before. No, you can't adjust a lot of the lights as much in this as you can in SE, unfortunately. Yeah. Wait, what am I doing? Changing the wrong thing. There we go. Now it's happening. You're not. Why are you not happy? I haven't set a variable because I reset you. Mode 0. State 0. Lights off. Have a weather warning system of some description. Now, what traders do I have? Cosmic Crush, what are you? I don't know what you are. I think that makes you an ore trader. How much money do I have? Not much. Let's bring you down. Did I set up for 9x9s? I think I did, but they're really, really hard for me to contact because I have to finesse the thing until it gets there.
Hydration critical.
Yeah. Let's see what Cosmic Crush is. Yeah, but Orbital Ocean's a 9x9 gas trader. Whew, that'd be great. 157 days without dying. One, two, three, four, five, six. No, I'm only at 7. I haven't got space for a 9x9 yet. That's right. I left room when I was building that to potentially have it, but I didn't actually make it. Right, TradeBot. Yes, I was correct. You are the better trader. No, you're not. Because you only want to buy... Is that worth selling? I Could I... Yeah. Sell him food. Could I go make some corn soup and get myself 120 bucks? Seems like a lot of work. Oh wait, corn soup. That's not canned corn soup. That's just corn soup. Yeah, that is easy. Alright, let's do that. Wait, how many does he want in it? In the box? It's 6, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, let's go make him some soup. Soup. A cardboard box. Was it 5? I thought it was 6. Yeah, I did see the alloy trader, but this is more fun. I've done the alloys things. I don't want to have to go out and mine. I want to do something different. And I've got the option. There we go. I should have plenty of corn grown. Just go harvest it and turn it into soup. Now, corn. Soup. Oh no, corn soup is in a can. I need a packaging machine. Wait, I need soy oil as well? Oy. I have one corn soup. Alright, let's go make a packaging... Did I? I don't think I have a packaging machine. No. I'm gonna need another table. Another desk as well. Or I could probably just put it in here, actually. 5 soybeans, 25 corn, 5 steel. Yep. That's not too bad. Where does the packaging machine get made? Electronics printer. Should I just make the advanced one? Probably. I'm gonna make... If I'm gonna make one, I may as well make the good one if I've got the stuff for it. It's a long DoorDash. Yep. Yeah. You're waiting so long for your DoorDash, you're asking them to put it into cans first. I think that works like the automated oven. Yeah, I thought it might do, Shadow Drake, that it would, not spoil the food. Oh, what do you want? Iron sheets.
Hunger caution.
Iron sheets, there we go. Requires support. That's going to be a bit annoying, but you're going to go here. Do-do-do. Alright, so we turn you on, and we search for corn soup. We don't put the liquid pipe in. Do I put steel sheets or do I put steel in? Or empty cans? Empty cans. What happens if I put steel sheets in? Nothing. Okay. So I have to actually make the cans. That's fine. Soy oil. Now, how do I make soy oil? I think that's in this thing, isn't it? The chemistry station? Or is it reagent? Reagent processor? Reagent processor. Okay, let's get some soybeans. I imagine all the ones I had in the fridge are gone bad. Yeah, I've got some decayed food in here. Let's take off my suit. We can eat and drink while we're waiting to sort this out. Mmm, condensed milk. So sickly sweet. Can I see the flashing light from here if it flashes? Yeah. Should maybe be visible. Let's harvest the soybeans. So worried when I do this quickly with the pressing Alt thing that I'll just replant the next one. I actually want to keep all these this time. Where's my... Oh, there's my corn. Yeah, the decayed food I'll turn into, thingos. Which end does it go in? Oh. Huh. There we go. That helps. Helps if the table's turned on. Soy oil in. No, my fern farming upstairs is automated, but this is manual. And intentionally left that way. Because I like having the aesthetics of a manual farm like this as part of the main part of my base. Rather than it all feeling like a factory. And it means I've always got a decent supply of food just sitting there. Now you need to be... Do you get cooked before I put you in? Or do I just shove you in? I think you need to be cooked. Yeah, I do have corn in the fridge. Wait, does it need to be cooked corn? Cooked corn. Okay. So I just put it in the oven then. Corn. Corn, corn, corn. The light's not going. Okay, this processing time's a bit annoying. Corn soup, build it! Hooray! Insert it into the box. We have to wait for 25 corn if it's 5 soups. The CO2 levels have been getting better. It's up to 6.4%. So it's actually slowly improving. I mean, holding the corn over a cigarette lighter is not terribly different to how I char corn for when I'm having charred corn with tacos and things like that. I hold it over the gas burner and just literally just cook it on the flame directly. Gives it a nice char with while keeping it still have that fresh crunch. Could I use some sort of conveyor to feed these from storage? Yes. It's tricky to get it to work the way you want it to, and honestly, I don't think I really would be... I think it would take me a very long time to get my head around the particular nuances that need to be done to make that work properly. See ya, Bjorn. That's 3, right? 4. And put that in there, and then make that one, and then I've definitely got enough, and I can see whether it was 5 or 6, and I misread it. Cool. And you can stop once you've got 5 done. One more. Okay, let's go. Try and sell this to the trader.
Low pressure. Oxygen low.
Uh-oh.
Oxygen critical. Pressure critical.
Kill myself. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna kill myself, apparently. Whoops. Yeesh.
Power low.
That was almost bad. So many times. Yeah, Jax, that was, the accidental spacing myself. Good time to arrive. So, you want 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I did misread. Hooray! Do I buy your oxide? Not really. Volatiles? Nah. See ya! Cosmic Forge. Come on down. I wonder if he's got any weird... This robot's got any weird requests. Come on. There you are. So I can buy a bunch of things from you, but you will buy some basics from me. Cool. So I can use you to get some money later. You're gonna hang around for a while, bud. You're gonna be stuck there. The things are all correct. Because the light would be on if it was reading the memory thing. But yeah, I think I'm going to wrap things up here, and we're going to have to hope that the storm happens in the next stream, which will be Friday week, because I'm at PAX this weekend. I I have updated my Twitch schedule to show what's happening. Hopefully it's accurate. I will adjust the time of the planned stream down in Melbourne once I've gotten down to the hotel and see just what signal I can get and things like that. I will have a video coming out on YouTube in a couple of days, and potentially, but probably not one on Sunday, because of the whole traveling to PAX thing. I don't think I'll be able to get a video done in the remaining time while I also need to pack. But hopefully I'll also, Capac and I are going to try and see if we can do some YouTube Shorts things while we're down at PAX, so we can show off some of the tabletop games and things that we played down there, as we think that might be a fun way of doing stuff where we don't have to spend hours back in our hotel room editing things while we're down there. But we'll see if we can manage to pull that off in any way that's vaguely interesting, so keep an eye out for those as well. But otherwise, yeah, I'll be back hopefully here on Sunday, and if not, we'll definitely be back next Tuesday once I return from back. So I'll be actually back here this same time as today's stream next Tuesday, as I've got something planned for that, and then everything will be back to normal for a little while. So there's all that, and plenty more to come, and I will see you then.